Why does it not work? The hotkeys are all set.
This is an audio test.
And we'll skip the first 30 minutes.
If you can hear the sound of my voice, please type Disco is a real cool guy in chat.
Here we go, baby.
This year has marked a turning point in Star Citizen's history. We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months. It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently. There may be other games out there that claim large player counts, or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness. Of course, there will be continued improvements to server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally
how the
focus on
sunrise
quality
is
of
up
life
here.
and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions. We pushed more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your playtime is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made to combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest for the time being, it's time to look forward to the next chapter of Star Citizen, where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats. Last year, we announced our next Star System would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat. Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month, when Star Citizen
Hell yeah, baby.
system comes online in Alpha 4.4. 2 new systems in 1 year. That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams, server meshing accelerating what's possible, the support teams behind the scenes, and most importantly, all of you. Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year, but in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere, and all happening simultaneously today. So even if we're separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen.
Nyx this year is fucking insane.
With the foundational technology now in place, the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5 star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse.
Hell
while also
yeah.
bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacier. Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our 3rd star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire Star Citizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver Pyro, but we feel this gets the content into your hands sooner and shows our intent as we continue our march towards 1.0. I'm so incredibly proud of the work our teams have done and are continuing to do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen, that begins with a little story.
In 2025, we introduced 2 major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal, and determined to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release, you'll now take part in the conclusion to that storyline. The second was Science Run Amok, with the Regen Crisis throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the various corporations respond. Through that journey, we pulled back the curtain on ASD and its shady practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Meller of the Hokro Agency. And just like the Pyro Must Burn storyline carried us into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx, the next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0. As this new chapter of Star Citizen begins, let's hear from just a few of the team members working to bring this next era of our universe to life.
When the Nyx system was first discovered, the United Empire, or the UE, came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really resettable. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one company saw opportunity where the UE didn't, QV Planet Services. And so they expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could, making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
The system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective, and then was mostly left abandoned.
Now this ended up being the ideal situation for the People's Alliance, who were a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the Empire at the time.
So they went to the Nyx system and established what became known as Levski. They wanted to make it everything that the UEE wasn't at this time.
They set up what they saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal.
And then somebody
But
killed a
they'd
little
fallen
kid.
onto hard times. So Nyx today is kind of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UEE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebelling against? And they still see the Empire as being inherently unfair. They see their role as still trying to create a free and fair society. But on the other hand, they have more problems than ever, and there's new threats lurking around every corner. And they have to ask, are they prepared to handle that? Or do they need to turn to the UEE for help?
Making a star system is you approach it from kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system bringing to the gallery? How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
So the Nix system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nix is more like Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs, you're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nix.
They
Hint, hint, wink,
were
wink.
Unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society,
We'll put that on
but
the
build it
inside.
the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect. They're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nix safe and make it prosper.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
Why not just band together and do it
Quite a warm star.
in a system that's not a shithole?
Stanton star is quite neutral, and the Nix is a little bit cooler. The system has its star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas, sort of nebulous cloud, and it has points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy. So because Nix is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nix gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space. It feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light. The level designers are using it as an actual visual indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool. To give more atmosphere, I was testing out adding some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle. But then when you look away from the sun, you'll see the reflections and sort of like little glints of light. For the jump points in Nix, we'll have 2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyre to Nix and one from Stanton to Nix. It should be going from Nix to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
Galatian Belt is a huge asteroid belt that is in sort of the middle of the system.
The Galatian Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds. And it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's full of resources that are still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
So the rocks in Nix are a bit more sharp, like sorts of like icy look, rocky, cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little bit of extra flair.
It's also a good hiding spot for people who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type of stuff.
Always feel way more interesting flying in those spaces than just, you know, empty void.
And as we build out the Glacier Build over the next year, lots of places to put new content.
Delmar is a very large asteroid in the Glacian belt that QV
Hell
Planet Services
yeah.
had built a mining base on that got taken over by the People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
Instead of just being a fucking big ass moon.
Levski is our first and biggest social outpost for Nyx.
It's kind of like the place where you stop before you do your panning. So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nyx and also from Nyx to other systems. But it does have a seedy underlayer to it.
Over the years, you're sort of improving the generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location. When you fly towards Levski, you see this huge gas ring around it, scattered small, mid-sized pieces of the asteroids.
Well, Levski's immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's a facility clamped onto the side
Pretty
of an
much like
asteroid.
Grim X.
The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
As you approach, you'll initially see a very dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You'll also see
Gonna be so
growing
dope.
out from there and alongside
I really
Levski,
liked hanging out at Levski.
there will be landing pads along what I'd call the spine. Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
Before we were using an actual planet, so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you will see
Levski's gonna be fucking so
there's an
populated.
area to fly underneath. We plan
If
on
they let us
bringing in
spawn there.
whole sea gameplay. So this is exterior cargo elevators. So as a team, you will be able to load
Exterior cargo elevators.
There's a lot more movement on the exterior, such as the cargo trains going around tracks. It's now going to be fully EVA-able. There will be walkways around the main landing zone to walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want. They can explore fully the whole place, which is great.
I can't see my
Unlike the
pod.
majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order.
But only where the people.
If I sit up and I shut my light off, I can kind of see in the dark.
But we've had Levski before, and we've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since, but also visually. And there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and bring up to like a good standard for a landing zone.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a child worker.
And was being worked to death, all of them were. And Anthony Tanaka just had a break and just said no, and stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
So if you take the elevator up to the top deck, you'll see the top view and the cargo area as well. So you can go through the cargo shop. You've got your normal kind of cargo needs. You'll have ability to trade and buy your tractor beam and other gear that you need. So if you were to die in the Nyx system, then one of the places you might come out from is the hospital in Levski, which is called the Mercy Hospital.
So Mercy Hospital is just basically, it's a local med station for all
it's the one from Left 4 Dead.
residents of Levski. Anybody traveling through the system, again, they're trying to provide as good medical help for people as they can.
When you arrive at the HAB's location, you'll be presented with a lobby, elevator bank, and then you will take that transit to the HAB room. So within that room will be
If I can find some copper. If I
That's
can find some
where
copper, I
the
can.
original miners would have lived.
I might be able to
They're not the
get
nicest,
automated
and
solar
they're a bit
right off the
messy,
bat.
But they're a home for people in Levski. If you head down to the lower view deck, you'll go through into the Grand Barter, which is your main social and commercial area of Levski.
This is where you will see market sellers selling their wares. There will be stalls, there will be kind of more embedded shops.
And that includes things like Corderies, which is your armor shop, and also conscientious objects, which is for weapons. There's also one of my favorite places, Cafe Musée, which is where you can go down into some of the more rocky depths and grab yourself a drink, and you never know who you meet down there. If you explore a bit more around the Grand Barter, there's
Come on,
other
copper.
routes around and little side passages. There's another shop that's away from that area called Teachers.
Teach's Ship Shop is
Good old Teach's,
basically where
baby.
you would go if you were looking to pick up a used ship, buy some ship parts, fix up your old ship, find some new stuff, sell some scrap.
We've closed up Dumpers Depot for Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will now be sold at Teachers. Another new area, as well as the cargo shop that we've added, is the refinery deck for Levski. That's where you can take your processed goods, not just from Levski, but from the rest of the Nix system, and refine and sell those goods there. As a lot of the content in the next coming releases for Nix is going to be mining related. So it's super important that Levski is a really nice hub for mining type of gameplay. So we're really happy to bring Levski back into the game. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
I think it really provided a unique environment of it's run down, but the people who live there love it and are working their hardest to make it a great place to live.
This is a location that has a lot of nostalgia for you guys, and we don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was when it first came out, but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see it grow as we work on it.
Like with everything, we're always learning and improving and finding new ways.
I mean, is there anything more
Sounds bittersweet
than just building the system while the players watch us build it around them?
It's going to add a nice dynamic to Stanton and be a much more calming of, style system than Pyro.
The people that would have played it before are going to love to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game, and that's really exciting to me.
Levski coming back into the game is a huge milestone personally for me. So I worked on the original quite some time ago, so seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is fantastic.
Man, that was like an hour of the 2 hours just talking about Levski. They could have just said Nix is coming back. That's it.
Talked about the Glacian Belt, but you're probably asking yourself, what's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's find out.
Welcome to
I guess they're
Nix
just going to talk
is
about
your first
Levski for the whole thing.
experience in a new space station in a new solar system.
It's a mystery to be solved.
What else is there to talk about,
things
really?
for the player to explore and look into. There's going to be some twists and turns, of course, some
Whole
combat,
ass system coming out
and
next
if you're
month.
lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
This is basically a continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So in the closing out what we had called our Science Run Amok storyline, we had revealed that ASD had been procuring sort of very black market illegal stuff in
Like
order
dead
to conduct their
vandals?
experiments. So this mission is basically going to be continuing on that trail.
So the Navy has learned that illegal tech is being sold in the UAE, and they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UAE. So the
PMCs,
Navy
baby!
contracts with them a lot for doing various kind kind of military operations that they don't want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly for the Navy. The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter? I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I going to be doing missions that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale stuff or military operations, that's all going to come from Intersect Defense Solutions. Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal tech is in the Nix system and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
So we're the cannon fodder.
So when you
and then they come in
and you start
are
your
the good guys,
approach to the objective, you'll be weaving through asteroids, going through the Glacian belt, and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now this is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot
Holy
as you
shit,
go
this is
through.
huge.
So the station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the Nix system as the system was being established, but you'll also see some additional design cues that QV planetary services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris. So at this point, you should be asking yourself, who does this belong to? Away from the Polaris, you'll see struts leading to asteroid bases. Now, these asteroid bases are locked, so you don't know exactly what's inside just yet. But all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take place. So not only is this facility unabandoned, but it's also under attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
First time in the PU, the Vandal.
Oh!
So the Vandal are a nomadic, very, very, very violent spacefaring race.
They've been striking out against outposts and such in the Nix system. They don't really know what they want, don't know
The
why
fucking
they're doing
Vandal,
it, but
baby.
It seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
Vandal raiding parties have been rioting in the system, and they're unaffiliated to any clan. There's small groups coming in and picking at them. But as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
There'll be the scythes that you're familiar with, glaives and blades that we all know and hate, and a new craft for the PU, the Vandal Stinger.
You will be contacted by some civilians on arrival asking you for help.
So at this point, you have a choice. You can either bug out, mission over, or join the fight. This will be the first time since the PU launch that you'll be able to fight against Vandal aggressor ships.
This fight will be intense. The player should be able to deal with them, but they will have to be prepared and they'll have to come back in to fight off this initial wave, and that won't be the end of it.
After you fight off the Vandal ships, the mysterious inhabitants of the station invite you to come on board.
Which Intersect sort of will encourage you to do because it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QP stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
The player will be immediately ambushed. These guys are not your friends.
Of course, it's not going to be easy because the people that are inhabiting the station are going to fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase of this mission. This will be the players getting a sense of what exactly is going on there, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor. They will be wielding unfamiliar weapons. and we want you to get a sense that you are in a new place, in a new territory, fighting a new faction.
So after you survive this initial ambush, you get back in touch with Intersec, and obviously the question is, who are these people? Why are they attacking? Why are the Vandal attacking them?
At this point, there's more going on here than anyone thought. The directive from Intersect is to explore the station and collect as much information as you possibly can.
Along the way, you're going to get to explore some new areas.
It's not just the space station. There's the disabled capital ship. There's asteroid bases nearby with obvious installations there, other forces that the Vandal have been attacking. There's a debris field.
Explore the locations in any order you want and try to find out who these people are and why the Vandal
20
are after
iron, 10 copper.
You'll find new clues. You'll find ways to solve the puzzle of what's going on at the space station and find out what kind of loot they have for you now that you've beat them.
And of course, this is a legally open station, so anything you find is yours to keep and sell, maybe even give to Wicklow. This isn't just a one-time event, this is a permanent sort of mission that we're going to be adding to the game.
You can go back and repeat this mission and find ways to do it even better, even faster.
There'll be a different story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen every time. There'll be other missions that Intersec will offer to you based on the evidence that you found.
Now you know the real story, and you can start digging and giving more information to Intersec along the way.
I'm super excited to finally see the Vandal in the PU.
I'm excited to bring cool Vandal ship combat to SC.
Players in the PU will now get to face down these awesome ships and get a taste of like we already have it in Arena Commander, where you get to fight the Vandal swarm, and being able to do that in the PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
So this marks a great milestone for us for not only pushing hard and adding great content this year, we're also being able to introduce the next star system and introducing the next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding universe. So we'll leave 4.4 there. If you're at one of the watch parties, please raise a toast to the great work that all the teams have been doing this year. And I'll be right back in just a few minutes to look ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Voyager Bar in beautiful scenic Orizon, where the staff of Cloud Imperium Games Manchester is gathered for their very own CitizenCon Direct watch party. As the dozens of such events happening at locations around the world, we've gathered today to watch this sneak peek at just a little of what the next year of Star Citizen has in store for everyone. Oh, that was really good, everybody. I'm Jared Huckabee, your host for the festivities and for the show today, and let me tell you, it's not a joke, it's not a gag. Next week, we're hitting our 9th patch in 10 months, and then in November, we're gonna finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the Nyx system. And in case you missed it, because you were chatting with friends, hi. It's not the lawless wasteland of Pyro many folks have been speculating, but an independent system with its own set of rules and laws and multiple ways to get there. It's an exciting time for everyone at Cloud Imperium Games because, as the architects of our persistent universe said at the start of the show, the foundational tech that we've been building for so many years has now unlocked us to bring more to Star Citizen than ever before as we continue our journey towards 1.0. Now, before we continue with the show, let's get a few housekeeping tasks out of the way. First, we're simulcast on YouTube and Twitch. So if you want the keen communities of Twitch or the 4K ultra high resolution of YouTube, you have your choice. Second, throughout the broadcast today, we want to see and hear what you have to say along the way, and you can tell us on social media by using hashtag CitizenCon. We're especially interested to see any photos from those watch parties that are happening across the globe, and we're going to find some way to bring a few of them into the broadcast later in the program. Third, we've also had a CitizenCon contest going for people to create their very own slice of life in the PU videos, and we played the winning entries during our pre-show countdown. The offerings were super varied. The idea was to work with a team to show the life of a miner or a hauler or a bounty hunter or whatever. But one guy just said, I'm gonna make a video about how awesome I am. And I respect that. So shout out Nocturnal Revenant. I don't remember if you were one of the winners getting an L21 Wolf from Kruger for their efforts, but you won the coveted Disco Lando Complete Narcissist Award. Good job. And to all the winners, I'm sure someone will either be in touch with you about your wolves or they'll just show up on your accounts. I really don't know how that process works. Probably would have been good to find out before the show, huh? He's so afraid. Either way, if you missed the pre-show and are curious if you won, you can check the replay after we're done here today. All right. I just realized that my bosses, Chris and Sandy, are sitting in a movie theater watch party in Switzerland right now. A completely captive audience. So real behind the scenes here. This is especially torturous for Chris right now because he's super excited about the next segment we've got coming up. Aren't you, Chris? And you're just sat there right now, forced to watch and listen to anything I say. Do either of you regret that decision so long ago? All right, so I've probably pushed my luck enough. Let's get to the next thing. When Nyx arrives next month, it'll have Levski, the Glacier build, and the new Welcome to Nyx operation we just discussed. But throughout 2026, we'll also continue to build the star system out with new features and new technologies that will not only set Nyx apart and give it a unique identity from its sibling star systems, but continue to set Star Citizen apart from other video games altogether. Now at this point, if you're running one of the watch parties, you're gonna wanna crank your speakers up for some brand new music from the Maestro Pedro himself, and let's take a look at some of what the next year has to offer for the Nyx system.
At Cloud Imperium Games, we believe art inspires the best technology. And through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world. And not just in the building of the new planets for the Nyx system. We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology. Previously, and more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now, this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale the Star System requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail. With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things.
That's the thing that makes the planets look insane.
Based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found. So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there. It fits inside our rules. Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different data
that's
sets.
fast.
Like height maps, humidity, temperature, soil types, soil amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few. This means you can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it. Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion. Of course, these new tools still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we want. the attention to detail from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower is still our core DNA. With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality, and it provides the quantity. Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place, with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home. Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built that allows Genesis to realize our vision. As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development and hone in on the final
one
look for
sensor.
Nyx.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on planet tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year. And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx. So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know. Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic. It's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system. Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp, expansive wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps. These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology, in some cases because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them. So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit. The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring. That's because
one more
the
battery
orbit was
in here.
designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface, and the ground coloring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound coloring that forms the kind of colors there. Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the presence of vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet, and use that to blend in tones of green, including variations due to species health and the current season. This creates a far more complete image and allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from space. Let's go down to the surface and start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole new light. When we approached the surface of the planet, we wanted to start by focusing on just the soil and rock. One of the things that was missing from our terrain previously was simply feature complexity. Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles.
Fuck.
These are intelligently placed
That was much
on top
shorter.
of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values. And this gives us a whole new level of terrain detail, of scale, and allows us to create far more unique locations across the planet. So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks. We've now got 2 major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly, long-desired feature, cliffs. We are adding large-scale, very detailed to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply couldn't get before. The second is a big one for you ground vehicle enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell. Using physical data generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis.
Okay.
So if you're still crashing into them after this comes out, that's on you.
Power low.
The rock assets themselves have had a glow up too. We now create rock sets related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source. And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in much more interesting ways too. So now that our base terrain and rock scattering looks good, let's add some vegetations and explore some additional biomes. Nyx 1's forests and grasslands are full of trees, various grass species, rock formations.
I guess I might as well make heavy. I accidentally did it.
And they're found in all sorts of elevations, like mountain valleys, open plains, and dense meadows. And when we start to add a bit of fresh water, they begin transitioning into more wetland-type biomes. And while forests are super cool, let's focus on the grasslands and
Apparently
wetlands
I made 2
today.
sensors on accident.
So, how are we making these look so great? Obviously, we've had grass before, but never meadows of it. Because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning, shaping, and shading grass. With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes, whether it be dense meadows or more complex collections of ground cover like you can see in these wetlands. We are also able to fit our grass tiles to the ground by conforming them to the unique terrain underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before. Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now, as in real life, the shading of a grass blade, or indeed a whole field of grass, is lit very differently to like a flat surface. We now use a solution that shades meadows of grass far more like fur or hair. And this, if you think about it, makes sense. At a distance, a field of grass is far more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface. This improves how our grass looks from a near perspective, as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass. So, let's talk about the distance problem. One of our biggest achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away. Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain. Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance. When creating the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied. For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills, some more dramatic rockscapes, those muggy wetlands, or even our festering swamps. So yeah, we didn't forget about the swamps, and they're coming to Nix 1 as well. Built using the lessons learned and all the technologies we've developed, these swamps now spring into existence from the planetary data. This biome combines all of the elements from the other biomes we've shown you today, from water interaction, denser spawning, unique ground coverage, and I think it creates something really unique.
Power low.
Anyway, that's our update on the Planet Tech portion of Genesis and how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of Nix 1. And I hope you're as excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
As you can see, Genesis is now inspiring everyone here to create planets of the quality and believability we've always strived for. A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally. Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been able to link these together, but with the introduction of our third star system, it's time for this to change. And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you talking about today?
System-to-system hauling missions. Hauling is back.
No one said hauling was gone. You guys even play the game?
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nix, taking various volumes of cargo between the stations. So there'll be high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for the Hull C and the other series of Hull ships. And there'll be a few sort of more direct routes.
So you might pick up some cargo from Ruin Station in Pyro and go through the jump point to Stanton and drop it off there at one of the Helios.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to. They're no way limited. You can do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake cutter myself, between Stanton and Nix.
Just a Drake cutter?
I've got a few ships, but the Drake cutter is really cute, so.
One thing that we're looking to add with these interstellar missions is scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships. Maybe the mission giver has tipped off some pirates who are looking to get a hold of that cargo, as well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight and you've got to learn to be very fast. All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far, with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
At the start of the show, we said we was going to build out the Nix system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month, and why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own. We still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker. Okay, so Rock Cracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rock cracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock. You want more?
So way out into the Keiger Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations. These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down. But since they've been mothballed and been left abandoned. So you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life. It's not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
One of the main features is the laser head, which will require certain things to get working. It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long-forgotten tunnels, or you're going through the main laser entrance.
Power low.
Now, as you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the old engine room. Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
The secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat. You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility. You've activated the laser. You've fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid?
Yeah. You just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
I'm really excited about Rock Cracker because it's a sandbox activity. You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
This content is for players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation, and don't mind a little bit of FPS content while they're there.
It will be a very new experience compared to any other asteroids, because this one, kind of like Alan and mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch. Asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin, yeah.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah. They've got to balance it.
It's for people who want a lot of minerals. When crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come and just get a monumental amount of minerals.
So that's a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new mission packs tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems we'll have in the game. And of course, When we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements, and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless gang king of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say gang king?
22. You already did.
Good job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system that'll let us connect these 3-star systems like never before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year, where you're gonna fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in their way. No, I'm being told it's mining.
Yep.
And of course, one of the most anticipated features coming to Star Citizen, Genesis.
Bunch of fucking NPCs.
Star Citizen, including the ones already in there. So let's talk to Will Hain and find out more. And I'm just remembering that Will Hain is in France at the watch party. Okay, France. Ask Slarty Bartfast over there how they're going to use Genesis to update the planets and moons of Stanton and get back to me, all right? And see if we can get some fjords. What else we got? The Citizen on Digital Goodies Pack. That's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has a whole bunch of mysterious items in it, and that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nyx system in one way or another. So let's find out what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet, 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with Vanduul, and an Intersect BDU sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes, some slick Levski swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Vanduul to Star Citizen, a cool Vanduul knife and adorable plushie, which I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever. So yeah, it's a pretty solid haul for this year's Digital Goodies Pack, which you can still pick up right now on the RSI store. So now, let's go ahead and transition into our next step.
Just to resell it.
Much of what you see in the show today has been the culmination of a lot of people's work in... What's up? All right, I had a dream about like this once. Yeah. Okay, so against everyone's better judgment, the thing has finally happened. Can I help you?
How you think the show's going?
Good. We're getting the Nyx star system and the Vanduul are coming.
Kind of been a lot of Nyx, right?
Well, yeah, but it's a major milestone and it deserves a major showcase celebrating everybody's hard work. And...
You got more, right?
Well, yeah, there's spaceships coming up.
Cool.
Wow, it's like they only scanned the original community portion of me. If pictures steal your soul, imagine what face scanning and PCAP does.
Well, this has been super cringe. So I'm gonna head out.
Bye.
Oh, regular Citizen Con is still better. You should have done that.
Of course. Thank you. Part of me that isn't a soulless marketing puppet. All right. No. Let's just go to some spaceships, shall we?
And I am out of fucking power.
Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG, and welcome to Talking Ship, where we're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the persistent universe. The last year has been pretty hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the most we've ever done in a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
We've kind of filled out a few little gaps. We've introduced some new ships by some old manufacturers.
We had the Polaris come out, and obviously people have enjoyed playing with that. We snuck the Idris in without none of you expecting it for a while, and it's been a busy year. It's nice to start revisit some of the older catalogue and some of the bigger ships again.
I think my favourite ship from the last year is a tie between the Wolf and the Golem.
Favourite ship in the last year? Probably the Wolf.
I feel like it's the obvious one, and I'm trying to think of something else, but I really like the Wolf.
Everyone's mentioning the Wolf. The Wolf's everyone's favourite.
The Wolf, obviously, a return of Kruger, a completely new aesthetic to the game.
Also, like their newest ship that they want to sell. Wink, wink.
Old manufacturer, we've not seen anything from a while, so yeah, I'm going to say the Wolf.
The Golem, I think, is just an incredibly well-formed ship in such a small package. It really just shows off that Drake aesthetic, giving you the absolute bare minimum needed to perform a role.
I honestly do really like the Zeus. I think it came out really well. It's kind of hard to pin down a favourite, to be honest, because we've released, a lot of really cool ships.
Next year, we've got some super exciting ships coming up. We're ticking off a few big ones, which is good. We're gonna see, again, maybe some ships from some manufacturers that don't have that many in their lineup. There's a few big challenging ones starting, so they're good. A breadth of ships, should we say.
The 3 new ships we're going to introduce today all tie in some way to the primary factions fighting over the Nyx system. We'll start with the People's Alliance and Anvil Aerospace. Anvil is a very military-based brand. It's been a brand that's in Star Citizen for a long time, fighting for lots of military contracts and lore, often up against Aegis, and to the point it actually beat Aegis in the past. You will be familiar with a lot of their ships' designs, such as the Hornet and Lightning. Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard, based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship we introduced last year, the Anvil Paladin, to life. The Paladin is a gunship from Anvil Aerospace designed to support ground operations.
The gunship is a ship that's designed to stay in a sustained firefight while dealing a lot of damage, also taking damage.
We don't have a lot of gunships in the game that are true dedicated gunships. They are quite a tricky archetype to control in game without being too powerful. It's designed with a lot of firepower and high armor and health, but very low maneuverability.
It's multi-crew, it's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor, lots of guns, big guns.
It's got a very similar squat kind of form to the Valkyrie. It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull, obviously a very menacing silhouette.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance. It feels like it's coming towards you even when it's just sat still, and I think that's something that helps with it feeling intimidating.
If we swing round, following the ship round clockwise, what you'll then see is the first of the side turrets. If you notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the hull exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head-on.
It's got these really nice kind of dual-connected wings.
What is this one? The
turrets out on the sides, just to try and give as much kind of range for those
That's
turrets.
the gunship, okay.
Which is controlled by
The Asgard or whatever.
remote stations underneath the bridge.
Yeah,
As
the
we come
one.
around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it, and then the side turrets also have 360 coverage that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have, between the turrets, pretty much
solar
360
panels
coverage in all
working,
directions.
baby. The chips are.
One of the unique things about the Paladin is all the turrets are remote and all the crew are located in this one central 2-story room.
A lot of our other gunships, the crew gets scattered across the ship, but with the Paladin, you're all sat together with a nice, cool experience, so you can really feel like you're playing as a group.
You've got the pilot, co-pilot up top, and you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the intention of what the ship does, because you've got this really nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this lower coverage.
We added a glass floor just to keep the two connected. I think that really helps with the feeling that you're all working together and communicating.
That said, if you don't have the ability to fully crew a Paladin, you can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but you can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within Star Citizen. So if you want to run this ship solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy fighters like the Scorpius or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass could do. Coming aboard the Paladin, you enter into this sort of armory, ready room area. You have a variety of suit lockers and weapon racks in this room.
Everything's very militaristic, stripped back, simple. It's a very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in there.
One of the improvements from the original concept is we've added a small dedicated cargo bay area, allowing you to store actual SCU crates. Forward of that is the route to the lower gunners, and then upstairs you have the bridge area, and then off that central area you have the dual living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at the rear you have the main sort of engineering area where the majority of the components are. Also within the upper traversal area, you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
I think it's a very cool looking ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship. It's really complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup, so something like the Valkyrie, where you've got this big drop ship. You know, the Paladin's there just to make sure it's safe, make sure no one messes with you, and just basically scare people away.
The thing I like most, I think, about the Paladin is that it's very clearly got a crew of 4, and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, and the 2 gunners, they're basically all equal on the ship. There's one toilet, everyone's got the same style of bunk. When they're at work, everyone's at the front of the ship together.
It's really odd to me that you call that, you like that there's one toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's
He likes the seat to be warm.
You're all equal at work.
The toilet seat never gets cold.
Toilet seat never gets cold, yeah.
Exactly.
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst originally a military-built craft, it's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats. And talking of threats, let's move to our next ship, a replica from Hesperia. Hesperia are a high-end manufacturer. They specialise in recreating exotic and particularly alien spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Hesperia is the Vandal Stinger.
It's like a little missile boat.
Vandal are big, scary space aliens. They're like 7-foot-tall, evil war race that sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it, fuse it all together into their own needs.
They are the relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet. They also make really cool spaceships.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved for their higher tier sort of ace pilots or high-ranking members within their clans.
Why is it 13? Oh, because this thing's sucking all the power, isn't it?
So to something like the FA.
That's all right. I need these batteries to survive the night.
It packs a lot of firepower in quite a large frame, so it's a very, very tanky spacecraft. The firepower is almost unrivaled in terms of just both the number and the size of them. So it's there for players who don't want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly. They want to be there brawling with big guns and taking all the hits.
It sounds like
One
me.
thing Hesperia have done differently with the Stinger.
I don't know if I like. I don't like the look
done away
of it
with
though.
the majority of the bespoke weapons.
They heard everyone's complaints about the glaive and blade and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
With the exception of the single-size 5 gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the hull, even for Hesperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts, so they can be swapped with any of the existing lineup that we have in the game. By doing this, provides greater flexibility to the end user, and this is something Hesperia wanted for the civilian market. For that one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling, but underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Power low.
Our job as the vehicle art team on the PU was to take the Stinger from the squadron team and prepare it for life in the PU. We took an opportunity to take, you know, this really well-established art style and, you know, add extra details where needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together. You know, it connects the thrusters in, it connects all the kind of underside of the vehicle and pulls the whole ship together.
You can tell it's very different from the Vandal ships that are currently in the PU. If you take, for example, the way the cockpits are constructed.
Up in front, we've got this big kind of bubble dome that gives the cockpit quite a unique shape compared to some of our other ships, and also gives the pilot a unique position within the ship and kind of gives great visibility out the front.
Boarding the Stinger is a little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's You know, lots of organic detail, rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being like carried inside the cockpit.
Into the traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
I'm very happy with the Stinger. I think the team done a really good job of making something that feels different, it feels alien, but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job of respecting the, you know, the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships and Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have the Paladin for the People's Alliance. We have
it's for
the
plastic
Stinger
sheets.
for people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in, you know, happy customers. You know, Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who are would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
So the Shiv, well, we don't really know what it is, to be fair.
It's what happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around, put together to make something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people will probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of the Cutlass visible there, but it's had quite a few changes to it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got, you know, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Even the bits that are obviously a Cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside where, again, it sort of feels Cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever, with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's like loose cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are like tools laying around in the cockpit.
It's gained a toilet. Bucket.
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff, and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the madness that created this? It's the Shiv.
This is something new and different for Star Citizen. Where did it come from?
This is 100
I'm
oxide.
not going to answer that.
Just
pretty much right to 7.
No comment.
Gray goes to places and talks to people. I mean, you know, there are just many ways to find these things that, you know, I mean, are they legitimate, you know, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, you know, money's money.
Does Gray have a motto, an ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to, don't ask where I got it.
Don't ask how we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
I think the Shiv is for someone that is looking for something a bit different, a bit away from the norm, that just wants something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship, but it's also really strong, to be honest, and it's absolutely a statement.
happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement and they're all cool.
As always, super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's talking ship for another year. So.
Yeah, you gotta do the thing with lights. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year, so we have to throw it over to Alexei for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
I'm talking about the new edition that came out in October. The non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer, the weapons that you can think of that were made by space pirates.
Gray sells whatever he can sell.
Sometimes he gets his hands on some weapons that come from unknown origins.
He will sell things that no company in their right mind would ever make.
These are the most kind of like scrappy and taped together and the most kind of like pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3 new weapons. Rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
The Space AK.
I think this is the one that
the LMG looks good,
is the
though.
most in demand, but I've been
I'm all about them
politely
LMGs.
battered about the most. It's a fun rifle that basically fires energy and ballistic in sequence. So your first shot
Energy,
will be
what?
your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see on the top of the art, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And
Oh my
that
God,
is
that's
just
dumb as
like
fuck.
a really fun way of making a weapon work in kind of like a scrappy, glued together kind of aesthetic. The LMG, this thing is a really fun, slow-firing, hard-hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal, and the only other weapons that have this right now in the verse are the Bearing sniper rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
Are you even trying anymore?
You know what? We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just want, I want a slow-firing rifle. Give me a scrap-together box that fires the biggest thing you can possibly find.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The
We don't
LMG,
have
baby.
a rocket launcher of this caliber. It will be 3 grenades straight together that you pull into the tube and fire towards your enemies. The cool part about it will have an arming distance, so you will not be able to just point it towards an enemy.
It's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially, you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus, because you've got the tube on your shoulder. You try to aim it, you have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aim apparatus for this. And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen, I'm going to hit it.
Well,
It's in
never
the
mind.
spirit of being a tube.
I don't like it anymore.
Talk about binoculars. Binoculars are really cool. We don't
Binoculars?
have anything like this in the verse, and I think it will be really convenient to use something that's dedicated to look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper
Hell yeah,
scope, for
baby.
example.
Will the binoculars have glint?
No.
I'm not aware of this one. Probably not, because binoculars are not something that you need to be aware of.
It's really funny because obviously
You don't need to be aware of snipers either. What the fuck is the point of being a sniper?
Basically, there was a lot of community feedback basically saying like, oh, I really like spotting people. I really like playing.
Yeah, I want
spotter."
binoculars because I don't want to use a
And
sniper rifle
essentially, I
or
was
a
like,
long-range scope.
oh, this community wants to be able to spot people from distances, and what can we make gadget-wise that doesn't require new features? And it was like, binoculars. And I prototyped a thing which essentially was just a scope in a hand and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
Thanks, Alexei and Zach. That's the end of this segment for this year. So that's talking ship and weapons, unless anyone else is going to come and tell me something else. It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
Well. That is an eclectic bunch of combat ships for the verse, and they're all available right now up on the robertsspaceindustries.com store. Also, any minute now, there's going to be a PTU drop that includes all three, so you can fly them now ahead of their release next week.
You can fly them now?
432 goes live. 3 combat ships. I wonder if they'll have any additional
Gray
uses
market
coming
shiv.
up later in the show. That's a hint. All right, what else can I shill? Oh,
The stalker
merch.
is $300.
We've got these cool
Nope, that's the
Levski,
paint.
desk
So
mat
yeah,
things.
$300.
These are always popular. There's some Levski metal posters on the store, and of course, love them or hate them, but you can't avoid them. There's this cool new Wickelow's Emporium t-shirt. Yeah. There's also a page published earlier today with a bunch of links to offerings from our third-party partners, from eye trackers to gaming chairs to voice packs to spaceship models from new partners like Planet Ring and Pigeon Spaceport and more. You can find all of that on the RSI website as well. And what else can I show? Oh, for those of you who are at watch parties, where is it? Challenge coins. Who doesn't love challenge coins? There's these lovely Levski themed challenge coins if you're attending one of the 9 official watch parties around the world. There's also a digital one of these in the goodies pack, so you check those out. Don't leave today without getting your Levski challenge coin. All right, what else can I shill? Now I'm kind of tired of shilling. All right, let's find out some more about where we are. Simon, can we move? Can we do? Oh, yeah, look at that. Okay, here we go. Pardon me. Here we go, excuse me. Hi, how you doing? Hey, that was my best angle. Hey, I gotta be careful. Last year I took 3 steps and tore a muscle. All right, so this is the 9th floor of CIG Manchester's Manchester office. That's This is the room where we have lunch every day, and if you get here early enough, croissants, if the weapons team hasn't stolen all of them. Over here, we got some cool mannequins representing different aspects of the game. You got the ever-present Hurston security armor over here. That's really cool. You got your Dusters armor right here. You got this guy from a game that we're not talking about today. Marine armor, yeah, it's all pretty cool. And then when you come over here, got a nice little recreation area. There's some sim pits over there for people who need to test that kind of stuff. We got this cool Krigeri Bengal carrier. Come over here, shoot it. Go down the nose here. Watch this. Very cool. I'm gonna go over here. Can you see me?
Oh my god, the Bengal carrier is crazy.
Hi,
dude.
Mom. All right.
Why do they spend money on that
and,
stuff, though?
Yeah. What are you doing, Richard Towler? All right. I thought John went to Washington, D.C. Let's see, what else we got? We got cool Voyager bar here. This is where we get all kinds of breakfast goodies, coffee, stuff like that. Hey, who remembers the big coffee controversy of 2016, where everybody took to Reddit and pondered the question, do devs deserve coffee? I do. You want to see what next year's big controversy is? Check this out. I'm gonna come over here. Do devs deserve coffee? Welcome to the Stargarita machine. Yeah. Do devs deserve frozen deliciousness? I don't know. Go to Reddit and let us know. All right, let's see. Let's go
Warm
over
it up in here a little bit.
Competition. Oh, competition winners. We have the list of competition winners. Can we put that on the screen? Yeah, sorry, competition winners. Remember the competition for the CitizenCon winners? The people made the videos, and we gave them a Kruger L21 Wolf.
we actually have the names. They're behind me. Look. Oh. All right, that's cool. Also, everybody's got food. Do I have food here? Oh, somebody's supposed to save me pizza. All right, so we got, oh, you guys saved me a lot of pizza. Let's see, there's like 3 different kinds of pizza here. What if we just combine them into like a challenger situation here? That's a Citizen on throwback if you're not familiar with it. So I have now crafted my own pizza experience. And that is a terrible segue into our next segment. Gemma, can we, Gemma, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Can we fire up the FPS crafting segment while I try to chew this off camera?
We sure can. Roll, BT.
Good plan.
Star Citizen, at its heart, will always be an enormous sandbox experience where you can set out to tackle the universe in whatever ways you want. But that doesn't mean we can't shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs. That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting
I need to find some
is going to change
oxide.
everything from resource gathering, refining, and even combat when it comes online in the next few months.
The first version of crafting is going to be quite small in scale. We're going to use it as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials of different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor. For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships, we have gear, we have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve, and those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen.
Yeah, and I've kind of
Crafting
bought my
isn't
way
just
through all
a
the
progression
progression.
mechanic for creating new items. It's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft. And the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore, it's
I like
iron
the
ore
idea of their
quality
crafting
that you
ones,
know will get
honestly.
you the stats for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have, you can order it better, you can understand what you have in your inventory.
We won't have the new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using
Gas
the
field
existing ones.
generator.
Those will pass the quality through into the refined
Not gonna need
materials,
Constantine
which
for
you can
this.
then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal
That means I gotta
items.
find nickel.
Once you have your blueprint
Nickel and
and
silver.
your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon, with the UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft, and it'll get queued up, and your result will be produced sometime later. You'll be able to get the new crafting machine from shops in most landing zones. You'll be able to
It's
bring it
portable?
up on your freight elevator and use it
That's
in your
nice.
personal hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
That's gonna be dope.
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe a gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So I'm very excited to get it out in the wild.
It's our intention to get crafting out on tech preview by the end of the year and get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
So that's one way you'll be crafting your own experiences in the Star Citizen universe.
Tech preview by the end of the year, that's what you said, right?
Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026.
Okay, yeah, so this is what we need for PvE. Well, I don't know. We don't really want instancing for some, maybe for some stuff.
You know that
but
most of these areas were in actual PvP
but we want
zones where other players can
PvP shit, yeah.
Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content.
Yeah, I don't
that's
think I
true to
like this.
specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy.
If they love PvP, they wouldn't be fucking neutering it every
a good
time.
balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now,
No, it's
we don't have
not.
this
No, it's
ability.
not.
This is something we really
People can
need in order
protect
to give you a
themselves.
sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience. So before anybody says this is only
Just
a
make it
PvE thing,
make it able to
this technology
defend
can
yourself.
also be
yeah.
applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangars, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join an open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangars currently. Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
Siege of Arzen was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Arzen. This was a high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you in a small group to work through that activity.
It is an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control. So in our current thinking, Siege of Orison is designed for about 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper. And
that might be a thing if roles actually matter.
Easier. Some of you will be the medic who sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them.
And, we can just all do all of it.
Who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event
there wasn't even a problem with PvP because you couldn't fly to it, so you had to take the thing, and people would just guard it.
Siege, how we can make it a
I don't know. It feels like they're really fucking neutering PvP with the instancing.
I'm excited
like
to say
they'll just make everything fucking instanced.
And to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have.
They just need to have things in
core experience
in these missions that people can turn on.
While,
they make it impossible to come up behind you. You know, they guard you, alert you, things like that.
I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other 2 systems of Standard and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those 2 systems as well.
Critical.
Yes, and while things like Genesis, interstellar hauling, crafting, Siege of Orison, and more will reveal next year, we'll continue to bring life into the existing universe outside of Nyx. There's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026, and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works. So inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see Night 18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and, you know, more structural place, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take out the outlaws, and get the facility working again.
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but, you know, they have, like, maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Boot mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into, like, some vents. It's like a free-layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles. Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create
Like
different
instance
overlays or change the
inside of a landing
spaces or
zone
change
makes
the
more
progression.
sense.
But
Because you're not just going to be able to have
instancing,
PvP
which
in
will
the middle of
enable
the
us to
city, you know what I mean?
tailored
So like that
content to
makes
you
sense. But
and
like
your group. So
some
you're gonna be
random
able to
fucking asteroid
play a
somewhere,
part of
fuck
it,
that.
make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states, depending on how much you've progressed, and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them faster and faster times as well.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
Everybody's really excited about the year ahead. So that's a brief look at some of the ways in which we're allowing you and our developers to craft a more curated Star Citizen experience. Now, at this point in the show, we are in the home stretch. We've got only one more segment to go. But before we do that, we wanted to check out, we said earlier in the show that we would look at what you were saying during the show. We looked at how to put YouTube comments on the stream, and it was immediately apparent that we were going to lose our broadcast license, so we're not going to do that. We did find some social media stuff on Twitch, though, or not Twitter, X. What is it called now? Let's see what this says. Let's see. We've got Welcome Back Levski from. I'm not wearing my glasses. Oh no. Oh, time to suit up. Let's go get him, says Ubu. I really should have worn my glasses. Cue the bagpipes. That's the other game, Charlie Oscar. Let's see. Nice to see you live, Jared. Mom? Let's see. First Citizen Con after playing for almost a decade in Austin. Oh, nice. Straight out of Klesher, back to the Hex. Photos from Leicestershire. How do you say it? Is that Leicestershire? Leicester? Leicester? I probably... Geez, I've only been in the UK for 3.5 years. San Jose Bar Citizen Watch Party. Oh, somebody created a lovely Vandal mask there. Sean Tracy, can we get that in game? Just that, exactly. Just scan that, put that in game. All right, so that's a few reactions we're seeing on social media right now. Before we get to our big finale, or the thing we're going to wrap up the show with today, I did want to talk a little bit about Big Citizen Con versus Digital Citizen Con versus what we're doing today, which is Citizen Con Direct. Every year, Citizen Con is a monumental task for any number of people, whether that's development, marketing, the support teams, the platform teams. Everybody comes together to make this thing happen and go off, hopefully without a hitch. And so far, we've been doing all right, other than some stuff in the room here. You know who you are. They had to know who. But doing CitizenCon is not always the easiest thing for our developers. You might not assume this, but most game developers are not social butterflies. They tend to like to sit quietly in the dark at their computers, like little goblins, and just make digital virtual worlds like this. And then I come in all happy and like, hey, you want to be on video? And they're like, no. And I'm like, it's in your contract. And they're like, oh yeah. So we thought, we usually do it behind the scenes afterwards, but we thought we'd do a little bit of it here. The folks in the editorial department put together a brief montage of some of the more candid moments from the filming of CitizenCon over the last couple of weeks. So we're going to spend 2 minutes and take a look at that. Let's see what they put together. How many CitizenCons have you performed in now?
Performed? Just the one. Nope, my first one.
One last year.
2.
A few.
8 or 9?
Maybe 9 or 10?
Never.
Man, I don't know, man.
Did you like doing it?
Yes, I was completely terrified.
It was good, a bit stressful.
The first live one, I was a mess.
Weird combination of going from insane highs to insane lows.
Live ones.
Because?
It's over.
The live ones are pretty special.
Pre-samp's always fun, but the live events are special, aren't they?
Remember we were at that weird crack house in Ancos? Right.
I like the live ones. Oh, I mean, I love these digital ones. These are the best.
Every time I've done it, it has been a digital one, and I'd like to do one on stage.
Is it because you have a restraining order against you, or?
Didn't know if I was going to be sick, if I was going to lose my stomach.
How hard is it to keep your eyes open on stage?
That's not a problem with the lights. They're kind of, I'm realizing through this sentence that I'm closing my eyes as I speak. Do I do that a lot?
I am a very shy individual, so this is me just trying to get out of my shell.
Getting the crowd to react to the ideas that we've been working on for so long.
We can react. Watch. Everybody,
Yay!
I can feel your passion from here.
Cut the camera. Counting you down in like, you've got 30 seconds. I'm like, do I stand up? Do I sit down? Do I drink? Do I not? Do I talk?
This will be the best one yet. That's right. Because it's nice and short.
Is this all supposed to be usable content? Because I can do different.
No. Of all your nicknames, why is Moist Master your favorite?
I think you mean least favorite, and because it has the word moist in it. I mean, come on.
We'll give you a new nickname by the end of this.
Sounds good. Could do with one.
Let's get started. So for those of you watching at home or at the watch parties, you're like, why are we showing that? I put that in there because I'm eternally grateful for all of the CIG staff and developers who take the time to appear on these things, whether it's ISC, SCL, CitizenCon, walk on stage, be pre-recorded. It's not the easiest thing for everybody. And on behalf of the community, if I can speak for them in this regard, I want to say thank you for participating in these things each and every year that we have them. Now, let's wrap things up here. So, let's see, how do I want to do this? At this point, we've only got one major story left to tell. But before we do that, we wanted to do one more check-in on something we started last year. Last year, Rich Tyler took the stage and presented his roadmap to 1.0. And we didn't want to go an entire year without talking to the senior game director himself to get his update on that 1 year later. So we're going to throw it to him, and we're going to go to our last segment, and when we come back, we'll say our goodbyes. And if you're at a watch party, it's time to get... I was going to say... that's not a word I can say on camera. Let's just go. Let's just throw it back to me. Go to me from 1 week ago. Last year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyler took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year, to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately, nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, And they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. We've taken them away, like Siege of Orison or Zenithreat. We've added them to game, and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm gonna stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe. And that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, we've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player. And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the verse, I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now, that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operate and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well.
Fuck.
I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of
I thought I
January
injected the
was
fucking gold,
patch
bro.
always goes. And I think this
That's
year
so, it's so inconvenient. Now I gotta go find more
different
gold.
development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for A Line of Mine. People probably don't know, but A Line of Mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the sandworm Valakar. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game.
I need
So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning, in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering, and crafting, and all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features. But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm going to say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever, and I'm willing to look right into the camera and say that. The player numbers are up, engagement
kind of
numbers are up, the length of the play sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future, so I want to move us to the future. We've talked about story, we've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe and adding voice lines and stuff like this. But where do we go from here? Obviously that continues, but what more are we going to do to make this universe seem alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you.
Right.
You don't get to talk back to them. Now obviously you get to interact with them through your actions, you get to go and do their mission and you get to move that along and then they talk to you again, but it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon, with Battaglia being the first one coming back in the verse. And just to be clear, we will be bringing all the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously the full end goal is towards, you know, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
And remembering when mission givers were first introduced, they sometimes became a bottleneck. Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody can come in and play together. And it would be easy to have a first instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizen is. But you mentioned last year these 3 pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to know, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those 3 pillars again, and how does instancing?
There's just better ways to do it than instancing.
Greater design of Star Citizen.
Instancing
So
isn't.
the 3 pillars I mentioned last year.
They shouldn't not do instancing, but they should do it. They should be very sparing
the
with
missions
it.
you love today, you can go and play.
Like Siege of Orison,
and you can go and enjoy
is
that.
Is maybe a good example.
Then we have instancing, which I'll talk about more. But
because like the
municipal
guards
work that we've talked about previously,
people with low
and then the
rep and
third
shit
pillar
could
was
just be
dynamic
denied
content,
access.
which would be content that's generated by
I
the
don't know.
activities.
It
of
would
the
just be
players.
better without instancing.
And I think it's very
overall.
easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new
nobody
North
would.
Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not.
People would be
It's just
excited
one
about
more
that.
tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience. We'll be able for you to go in by yourself, for us to teach you the ropes in a safe environment so that you can understand how to play the complex game that we've made. But we'll also have open instances like a cantina or a bar where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to. And
Yeah,
you
like
would just
instancing is
walk in
good for
and it
stuff
would be
like that.
seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance. It's not going to get a loading screen. You would just seamlessly
Where
walk
it can,
into that
like,
location.
it
would be
limits the
full of other
population to real
players
amounts
and
of people.
NPCs, and you
Realistic.
can go and enjoy the content. And that's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer different dynamic content or curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said, this is one of the pillars that will move us towards 1.0. We will eventually work on dynamic content that will move us towards 1.0, and all three of those pillars will interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe. But I want to ask you this one last big one. It's very easy to say Star Citizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships.
Why is that not?
You know, that life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire
It's like not going into the...
has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships. We want to give them purpose, and I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of. We want to make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in. And I think 2026 is going to be
Why is it not
a very
putting shit
good
in there?
year for Star Citizen, and I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for. But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
Get a twinkle in his eye. Ian,
can it only input if the pressure is like equal or something?
So the persistent universe has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes: combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process, and it's going to come online about mid next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating, so we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run it into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
When you arrive, you will have this big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and on this you will have this space where you will find three big arms. You will see at the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something
to make.
see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on
I need to
the
make an
outside.
ice
It's gonna
crusher.
be getting harassed by this
And some
unknown
pipes.
faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage your bigger ships. So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets, but it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything, your lasers won't do anything, your ballistics won't do anything to them. But like everything, they do have a weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Once the power relays have been taken down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah, you, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that? I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Thank you, Jared.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Trench run.
So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out. There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another trench.
You're either gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
There are objects to avoid. You're going to have to be able to dodge. You're going to have to move quickly. You need an agile ship.
Because the shield generator that you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
So once the cooling units are out, that exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station. This core is armored and just takes a whole lot of damage. Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're gonna get our new feature in, ship hangar refueling and rearming. You're gonna be able to land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris and the Polaris and other ships that are designed to have other ships land inside them.
Of course, it'll be more than just those 2 ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has an Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's
Oh, I
Alliance.
can make some steel now.
So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take a fire team in. You've got to land, you've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station. After you've opened the doors and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
So up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The Vanduul neighbors, who really don't like these guys for some reason, will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you and the station. They're out for blood.
Oh, I need Constantine for this, right?
Alert the Vanduul by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable. You're on a time limit. Vanduul are coming. They're going to come hard. They're going to keep coming. You're going to have one hell of a fight.
Need to make more batteries, I guess. Copper, 5 gold.
Power low.
I have no fucking copper.
Tactical strike groups. I'm personally so invested in this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on FPS combat. So personally, driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. To the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use.
I gotta find copper, silver.
We won't get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles.
I kind of wish they wouldn't tell us about this stuff. They should just put it in the game and let people figure it out.
You're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're gonna be fantastic.
Like, it'd be so much cooler to, like, discover this mission and you go there and you gotta scout it out, you know, and you're like, holy shit, like, we need to bring in the big guns. You bring in the big guns, there's a fucking turret fucking wrecks your ass. And you gotta figure out how to take the turret out, but they just tell us how to do everything. It sort of kills the magic.
Okay.
And all these people are just, they don't even question it. They just get excited.
Why do you still
And
have
that's
the
why
puppet?
I know more about gaming than other people. I don't just get blindly excited. Like, stuff is cool.
It's been a long road for the
But you gotta
last,
question it,
The
too.
last 10 years the PU's been around, we've done lots to build stuff for mining ships and for salvage ships, and as Rich said, we're currently building out even more for those, and our first refueling missions coming online in 2026. But combat missions... Oh, hi. Aaron Roberts. But finally having enough of the foundation in place that we can begin to build real spaceship operations. You hesitate, you know, in any other MMO they'd call dungeons. It's really exciting for me, and that's why we're ending the show this year with that. So yeah, that's been CitizenCon Direct. Thank you.
Honestly,
for
saying
taking the time
talking
to,
about Knicks was a
share
better
this with us.
than
Again,
that.
This is just a glimpse at some of what's coming in 2026. I've seen the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat like, oh, you're spoiling everything. I promise, we ain't. So before we let you go,
Spoiling everything. Yeah,
that's it
I
for
mean,
me. Thank you
they
so
do
much for
though.
tuning in. And
There's
with
nothing in the
every
game that
citizen
hasn't
the
been
last word
spoiled,
shouldn't be mine.
except
It
for
should
maybe
belong
like
to founders and CEO.
the
So take it away,
details
Chris
of
Palmer.
the story.
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking
Like,
for the near future.
The only thing
Of
they
course,
didn't spoil
we're
is
not going to
this
spoil
mysterious new
everything that's currently in
faction.
progress, and many features we haven't
Like-
discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing
The
final
social
polished
tools
features
we
from
need
Squadron 42 into the
immediately.
Citizen universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build a game of all of our dreams, something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing, and there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all in the verse this coming year.
Let's go back down here and get this gold. Well, I thought there was gold down here. It's not like I don't know. Instancing, I feel like is not there's just better ways to do shit than instancing, you know? Like the game can defend you from shit you don't want in there. Even if it's just a trip mine that alerts other players that there's enemies coming. Like that alone would be good enough to protect you. Like right now, you throw down a trip mine that as soon as they come out of the elevator in the ASD facility, the Onyx facility, that you just it's like doot, 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 doot. Somebody tripped your trip mine, you know, and then you're prepared, like you're aware that someone's behind you, and that would be better than instancing because it allows for the PvP aspect to exist. But it puts a wall, it doesn't just allow you to win, you know, by sneaking up behind people. I wish they, like, that's one thing that's the thing that has me the most scared about the failure of the project is there's too much hand-holding. There's way too much hand-holding. And that literally killed Tarkov. Too much fucking hand-holding. They do too much for the player. Instead of just giving us the tools to do stuff, they do it for us, and you can see that around every aspect of the game. Like the salvaging. You just get magic fields. There's no like skill there. It's just a magic field. You have a ship, that's A. You have a ship to salvage, that's B. If A equals, you know, A equals B, then you can do it, basically. There's no, like, I can't salvage a fucking Idris with my Vulture, but I should be able to. And having bigger ships should just make it easier. And, like, I don't know. It's just, the way they have it set up right now, I just don't like it at all. It's very obviously bad. This is a huge fucking gold deposit. I want a gold deposit so big I have to give up mining it. I just go tap into it every time I need gold, you know? That's what this is starting to feel like. I did get some copper at least. So now I can make us like a station battery and... Yeah, there's fucking more. Jesus. Just dug into another hole. I need to find silver and nickel so I can make a fuel generator. Five copper.
Power low.
Shit.
Air tank critical.
Guess that kind of puts a stopper on putting shit in there, huh? God, I hate this beginning part. It's so slow. There's a lot of waiting around. I need to make a station battery and wire it up somehow. Probably a transformer, and then a suit battery. Battery charger. I'd probably be dead if I was the robot, because I think it uses more power. Copper, gold, and iron. What was the other thing I was gonna make? Fuck. Oh, another battery. And a charger. And I need like a steel, an iron frame.
Hydration critical.
Probably be better to just... I could put it half and half, be able to see the power inside and out. I'm definitely doing that. I'll probably just leave that hooked up to the...
Power critical. Hunger caution.
So the solar panel powers this, which powers these. This wire here. So that just powers those chips. And then the chips are all connected to the... Oh shit. I don't know if it's... I think it is connected to the daylight sensor though. I want to say there's a cable. Yeah, okay, it's connected. And then the power comes out of the battery, goes down around to right here, goes and powers all this bullshit. Now I'm trapped in here until... I'm trapped in here for a while. I gotta charge all my batteries. I've got heavy cables now, so... I think that's all my batteries right there, except for the one that's in the machine, into the... I gotta make another large battery too. When the power comes on, I'll run out there and print one large battery, and I'll throw it in this thing. It should only do 500 per slot, so it shouldn't burn out my wires. I hope. It really fucking better not. I'm pretty sure it only does... I'm pretty sure it'll only do 500 per slot. $500 watts to any connected cell. So that's, you know, not even close to 100,000 watts that it should be drawing, even if they're all charging. It's 2,500 watts. Solar panels facing the sunrise. 5 a.m. here, noisy neighbor. That sucks. I haven't had to deal with noisy neighbors for quite a long time now. Since I lived with my dad. We literally at one point we did that thing where you like bang on the floor with a broom. We did that in real life. You only see it in movies, but we did it in real life because they were mad because we were like watching the Super Bowl during the day, like it was like during the day, you know, when you're allowed to be noisy and shit. But they stomp on the ground when we were being noisy. So my dad got a broom and fucking just smacking the ceiling, and then the person that lived there, their son came downstairs and he was like, "What the fuck?" You know, like he was like, he gave us like a "what the fuck" face. Like, come on. Like, are you real? Is this real, bro? But it's like, fuck you guys, man. I fucking hated living in that apartment building. It was so bad. I just want to dig a hole and put water in it. Like make a little swimming pool, and then just dip my water bottle in it, fill it up. Should work, right? Should. Alright, so when the sun comes up... This thing will probably suck all the power. I do need to charge. These need to charge. I need all these batteries to go out and do shit. I need to take one of these batteries and throw it in this thing. And then I need to print another one of these, or a few of them. Oh, fuck. The slow burn, man. Just waiting around in the dark. I see a little green light on my suit when there's not even a battery in it. There should be a battery in there that you could take out, and it turns that light off right there. One large battery. Because it's kind of beneficial to leave it so you can get around at night, but it's also beneficial to have a fucking battery. Can't wait to get a generator set up. Like a fuel generator. How easy it is to make shitty fuel. These are just gonna drip feed. This one's already full. Throw this in here. Just leave it in there. I gotta get my steel back out of here. Make another large battery, so I have one to swap out. I need to make a light too. I'm gonna make 2 batteries. Fuck! Ran out of power. For a second. Fuck you. It's super brutal when everything's charging. And I only got a little 5... I lowered the power of the solar panels. So now it's like... normally I'd have like 5,000, 5 kilowatts, but right now I have 500 watts. 1/10 of what I normally have. I need to go find... If I can get the stuff to make a fuel generator, I'll be fucking set up so good. I'll be producing like 20 watts or 20 kilowatts of power. I just hope it doesn't use too much fuel. And I guess I don't need this transformer. Right now, anyway. I don't know if that battery's gonna last the whole night. I should use this transformer right now.
Power low.
There. That basically makes it drip feed the batteries. So they'll charge, but they'll charge real slow. And the other 400 watts goes out over to, everything else. Ish. 400-ish. God, I wish I could just see some nickel from here. I wish I could look at the battery and see how many watts are in it. But I have to look with the network thing. I could probably set up a display that showed the amount of power in the battery. Probably pretty easy, actually. Just link the console to the battery. Power control. Link which switches all devices on or off, or toggle switches each device to their alternate state. Oh yeah, I need to make a liquid. I gotta make plants. Make 3 of these. Eight silicone. I can't really make silicone in there. It's my little pump doesn't seem to think it's working very good. Nice. I managed to make 1.
Power low.
Okay, so I'm not generating enough power now. Obviously, I don't have enough to run the pump, so... Before I go inside, I want to make sure this is going to have enough power. Yeah, no, it's not even close. This is at 50%. That'll power it maybe through the night. Wish I knew how much power. I could hand water them. I certainly have enough water bottles.
Power critical.
This is why I wish I could sleep. Just to skip, I could skip the night, you know? You go to bed and you wake up and the sun's coming up. Just curl up in a little ball right here. Use a bag of seeds. You know, you unwrap the boxes and you use that as your blanket. You use the bags of seeds as a pillow. It's actually not that bad temperature-wise in here. You could probably just use the bag of seeds as a pillow. I don't think this thing charged much because it didn't charge much because of the transformer, I think. I really should, or because of the battery, I mean. I should have a transformer there that puts like 100 watts into that, 100 watts there, and 300 watts into this. And that's how I split my solar power. Oh, it actually shows you the solar irradiance. This is what Vampire Survivors is for. Moments like this. I could even go like this. Fuck, I could even like... Oh, I don't have a battery in it. Here. So I put it on. So I'm just sitting here playing fucking Vampire Survivors on my tablet using the battery up. I don't remember how to play this, man. It's been a while. Shit, what do I shoot? It feels like I don't even have a damn weapon. I think I'm getting close to this top one. Or not. Is that in the game? Shit. Oh, the cat's fucking shit up now, finally. Jesus. God, that cat sounds like it's in my room. Delicious chicken, baby. I don't remember how I made the like super powerful characters. I know the Bibles were one of them. Sun's coming up. %20 battery usage.
Power critical.
Alright. Can I mute this? Didn't mean to do that.
Power low.
shit. Oh, whatever. It's late now. Where's all my power going? Why is that at 500? If you hook up power before you build it, and then you build it with the power hooked up, you should shock yourself.
Power low.
I can't make insulated liquid pipes? Oh yeah, I can.
Power critical.
Probably 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it? 200 ice and I only get 20 liters of water? Jeez. Oh, I guess I got a little bit more than that. See, I don't even need the pump, really, do I? Thriving, baby, right off the bat. shit. Hopefully there's enough pressure in there. Getting better at building shit. God, it's crazy how much that sounds like it's in my room. Hell yeah, baby! Are the cats even good? I don't even know. Let's head it down this way. I can't remember what the combination of weapons is either. Like, it's like the Bible and the pentagram or something. Definitely not doing as good as I was before. Yeah, that's what I need. I need to be... The enemies to be stronger. I think I should have taken that one gold spellbook thing. I feel like that might have combined with the Bible or the little diamond things I'm shooting. Sun's coming up again. Oh, and I died anyway. Encircle that, bitch.
Power critical.
silver. Now I can use the furnace again. This one's a big old deposit too. It'd probably be worth rushing to get a train manipulator, just to fill in all the holes that I have to dig along the way. I think copper would be easier to mine than iron. Like the ease of mining is based on the tier of material rather than the physics of the material. I knew there was a bigger deposit there.
Power low.
Ah, fucking coal veins. This is basically a steel vein. Minimal. I have no, it's on normal like hunger rates or whatever, normal difficulty, and then I started with the brutal start. Oh my god, these veins just keep going and going and going. It's like it's like bittersweet because it's annoying, but it's nice to get a bunch of resources. Oh my god, it was starting to pitter out. Now it's a full fucking vein again. I'm about to run out of space. I just gotta find nickel. If I find nickel, I'll be able to have fuel power. It's like trying to change to something else, but it's just still coal. It's coal, coal, coal. The mining doesn't feel the same though, that's for sure. It feels like it feels like the veins are better, you know? But that's probably just because they're easier to see. But I don't know. I don't know if they actually changed it, or if it... Well, I mean, they did change it, the colors and stuff. But I don't know if they changed the way it generates. I can get a bunch of steel now. God, I just need Constantine. I'd probably be able to find more resources if I wasn't so fucking colorblind. When the colors get subtle, it gets hard for me to see them. Like, I can barely see that yellow right there. And now it looks like there's nothing. I just need to find some freaking nickel. Yeah, this is a barren ass hill right here. Now I'm going back into where I was already at. Man, where's all the ore up here? I think my base is right there, but it's impossible for me to see anything. God, man. Normally I'd be excited for gold, but I found more gold than fucking iron and copper, I think. It's a very gold-rich region. Yeah, I have the stacked mod. It lets things stack to 500 instead of like 50 or whatever it is by default. Because I don't really like going out and mining. So when I do it, I want to do it, you know, effectively. So I can go out like one time and get enough ore to last me for a while. Usually I only have to do a couple mining trips before I make it to deep miners. Now it's way harder with the way the deep mining is. Cobalt, which I don't need anytime soon. I guess I should make that ore attachment for my the tablet, it makes mining like so much nicer. I like when I have a little slide going down the hill. I'm like a little mining drill. I'm gonna uncover this cobalt a bit. So I can come back for it. God, more fucking gold. It's so slow to mine with this little shitty drill too. I could probably make a pneumatic drill. Just use oxygen. No, I'll just have to mine this and carry it back. And I need all the tier 2 stuff. Is that nickel? Iron. God, look at all the ore that was around me. I couldn't even see. What's the iron? Yeah. I'd rather have 200, because then it's 200, 600. Maybe I'll do 100, 300. Because I'm gonna need some iron too, and I'm not going out anytime soon. God, I hate trying to use the furnace. For some reason, it just feels like it's not working right now. Has to get over 900. Sup? Need to make a stacker, or whatever it is. Stacker. I guess I want to go like that. Oh shit, I need a way of putting it in there that isn't this. Actually, I didn't need that much in there. I have quite a few. I haven't edited the game files, no. I just have mods installed. I'm about to take one of those to hook this back up. Actually, I already have a shitload of copper in there. Copper and gold. Set it there for a second. No, I guess I do need steel in the electronics. What about iron in here? I need chutes. That'll probably drop below. Moon or bust? I'm on the moon. So I'm already not bust. I pretty much always play on the moon. I don't want to play anywhere else really until I actually advance to those places, you know? So I always just go back to the moon. Didn't find any water ice. We could make some electrum. I need silver for other shit too. I'll do 75. Liquid airlock? I don't even know what that is. Has to be under 2.4. Just way lower than what it's at now. Trust that's not pushing my cables away. Oh, that's probably way too many shoots. Make one more. Oh, you're cryogenics, huh? Maybe one day I'll get there. There's so much of this game I've never experienced because it's always end up restarting. One, two, three, four more shoots. Is that enough cables? Fuck my life. That's it? 47? Okay, yeah, we tried to set up a... Oh, shit. We were trying to set up a server, but he can't get it to work out of his network. So I would be on a server right now, but I just decided to restart instead. I don't know where I'm going to have to put Electrum, but I know I'm going to have to put some somewhere. Which battery do we got? Oh wow, that thing's dead? Damn it, I can't make anything. Iron and gold. Man, gold is just a bitch to work with, ain't it? Make a label. I need to make a paint can as well. Which I'm pretty sure is just like 1 iron. One single paint can. Shit, I need nickel. Make. Let's add to my pile.
Airtight critical.
Start color coding shit. Oh, my battery lasted damn near the whole night. This thing probably doesn't get charged at all. I need to make another transformer. Just so I can limit the power output to like 300.
Hunger caution.
Okay, guess no matter what I do. That should allow this to recharge. Oh no, it won't because it's still sucking all the power. I would have to put it on the other. I'd have to put it on the other side.
Power critical. Okay, so now this is charging at, honestly, I probably could even have less than that, but that's charging at 100 watts. Oh yeah, I'm losing health. My potato plant is grown almost. I don't have a microwave though. Need to make a table and a microwave. Power critical. That's probably an electronics thing.
Yeah, so that's charging a little bit. I have to ration the small amount of power that I have. Or build a... I don't know. I don't think I played on all the maps. I played on the moon, I played it on Mars, and I played on Europa. I don't think I played anywhere else.
Power critical.
Seeds? Not yet. I'm starting to get tired too. I think these only use like 10 watts, right? God, really? Fucking gotta be kidding me. Yeah, I'm only using, this is only using like 20 watts. I could just set this to like 30. That way the battery charges more, it charges more than it uses. Once it gets full, anyway, it won't struggle overnight. Ish, maybe. I guess it depends on how fast it has to be able to charge as fast as it gets used up.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, I just always end up, I just immediately switch to using heavy cables, so I don't have to deal with the little ones. Because it doesn't really, it's not that much extra effort to... Doesn't take that much effort to make heavy cables. It's just one extra resource. And I get a lot of copper and gold, so... Oh. I always forget to plug stuff in. I gotta plug it in from this side. I can make my baked potatoes, my microwaved potatoes. They look like they have something on them, but... There goes the power. Man, it's a real struggle for power when I don't have that, like, 5 kilowatt solar panels. That mod is super cheaty. Like, it's way more cheaty than I realized. It's a lot more of a challenge when I'm like struggling by with a little teeny drip of power coming in every day. As soon as I find nickel, all my power troubles are over though. I'll have a fuel generator and I'll be good to go forever for the rest of the time. I had 3 solar panels last time in the last game I was in, and that lasted me the whole time. It was 15 kilowatts of power. And the fuel generator is like 20 kilowatts, so I'll be good for fucking ages. Portable gen, yeah. Yeah. I haven't really messed with it. Like, I could have made a whatever the other one is, the coal one. I probably could have made one of these. Yeah. Iron and copper. That's easy power right there too. It would really honestly be solving my problem. One 100 kilowatts of energy. This thing can hold 36 million watts. Which is 36,000 watts. So I could fill this whole battery with 36 coal. Or no, it would be 36 times 10 coal, 360 coal. Because they're only 100 kilowatts, not 1,000 kilowatts. Or 1,000 watts or whatever. Well, they're 100 kilowatts, right? So 10 coal. So it'd be 10 coal is 1,000 watts, so it'd be... My brain just stopped working. Ten coal would be 1,000. So it'd be, yeah. Or was I right the first time? I think I was right the first time. Yeah, that would be super inefficient though. Like, you'd be burning so much power, like as soon as the battery gets full. I guess you could set up a simple like on-off for the solid generator. Like when battery is full, if battery full, turn off the generator kind of thing. Yeah, I can't do the scripting, but yeah, you could set up a script that would run it pretty easy. Yeah, running off coal. Coal is too fucking easy. Honestly, I used to play no ice, no coal. I wouldn't use ice and I wouldn't use coal at all. I'm still down for no ice, no coal. Or maybe I could, like, using ice would be fine, but using, like, not using coal at all. It'd be so hard to get steel. I used to play hardcore no ice, no coal. And I don't even remember how to get steel. You have to like get a bunch of rotten food. It has to rot, and then you like put it in a centrifuge and you get biomass, and then you can turn biomass into charcoal. And that's how you get steel. It was something like that. There was a way to do it. But I do kind of hate the fact that there's coal on the moon. Doesn't really make sense, I guess. I guess I can, while I wait for the sun to come up. This is a terrible character. The ones that are always the worst are probably like awesome if you know how to play them, I guess, but it's just like a cat lady that flies around on a broom. Get luckier. Having luck is probably awesome for... Oh, yeah, I'm dead. That's the worst I've done in a long time. Yeah, I desperately need to find some... nickel. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to make a solid generator. I would have to make a portable generator. This one also requires nickel though, so yeah, my only option pretty much if I don't use coal is to, man, this would be really hard. I'd have to make a bunch of solar panels. I just have to go back to what I used to do with solar panels. Have like 3 solar panels until I was able to make steel. And then I can make a fuel generator. That ship already kind of set sail though, because I used coal to make steel. You need a color to associate with power, which is basically like red or orange, like industrial.
Power critical. Power low.
Kind of do need to suck that out of there. Need to go find some nickel. I don't have any... I have like no power. It's like I have even less power than I did. I'd almost rather charge all these batteries. Just gotta take what I can get, I guess. That looks like nickel right there. Hell yeah, baby. Now I can make Constantan. That's it? 2 little rocks? How much was that anyways? 11. It's gonna make me like 20 Constantan, which hopefully is enough. I don't need any more of that right now. So that's silver. Could definitely use some more silver. Soviet Republic. Yeah, Someone was telling me about that. It was, I got it confused with the game Captain of Industry. I was like, is Captain of Industry that game? No, it's not. Captain of Industry is also a very good game though, which I never really wanted to stop playing, but I just have too many games. Iron or something. Man, I kind of want to play no coal. I don't know if it's still possible to make charcoal though. I might have to use like a little bit of coal to kickstart me. Water ice. Fuck. Can't carry it though. You know what? I can. I'll just get rid of this. Why? Yeah. I was gonna say, why ain't that melting? It only melts if I'm touching it? In the sun? No. Just eat it. Stupid ass kick bots, bro. Literally nobody is real on Kick, it's just bots. There's probably like 10 people watching Asmongold, and that's it. Just fucking bots, bots, bots. I'm just gonna start going back. I'm gonna just have to deal with what I got. Hopefully I got enough to make the engine I need. I think that's iron, but I'll double check it. Yeah, there's still a shitload of ore. I kind of wish the ore wasn't just randomly everywhere. I wish you had to like dig, sort of Minecraft style. Like ice should be below the surface because it just melts in the sun anyways. So it should just be below the surface. You just have to dig down, find it. Especially since they have that thing for the tablet that's like an ore scanner. Like it'd make it. They could just generate stuff below the surface, and you'd have to go look for it. Especially if they made it better. Put like iron in the mountains, things like that. Make it a little bit more realistic. over 20 and over 1,000. Copper and nickel. Let's see how much I need for the engine. Need 10. I don't know what else. Nickel's used for something else, but I don't think it's anything important right now. Space Engineers, yeah. I wish Space Engineers 2 was, like, out right now. Yeah, see, that's what I want. Some full-ass batteries. Copper and nickel. Has to be over 20. Electronic printer. Fuck, I'm not gonna have enough power for that. It's already struggling. I'm gonna have to wait until holy shit, that's hot. I don't know if I've ever even seen the generator over 2 kK. 2 kilokelvins. I guess that is. I wish it gave off light, you know? I need to start putting the generator the other way. Like, just put it vertically and put chutes on it. So that, you know, so I can appreciate the sides and stuff. Yep, I don't have enough power. I have to wait till the sun comes up again. Yeah, thermal power as well. Yep. Like you boil water and you spin turbines. You use the heat from the generator to boil water to spin turbines. Can't you set up like a wind tunnel now though? And like you could kind of make a thermal power plant, right? I don't know. You'd have to heat the water, pump it through the wind tunnel to spin the turbines, and then condense it back into water. And just keep doing that. Feels like it'd be hard to do.
Power critical.
I'm gonna use one more cereal bar, I guess. Actually, I'm probably just gonna use the bags up. Just to get rid of them, basically. Because I have these 2 boxes that are just full of shit. It looks like the solar panel is somehow managing. So it's basically like, let's call it like 490 watts. Minus 50. So, what, 440 watts minus, well, charge the batteries and then it all goes in there, I guess. Oh well. When the sun comes up, I'll be able to make this, and then I'll have unlimited power, basically. I don't remember who I used and I did really good with. DeMario, probably. Oh my god, this guy is slow as hell. I think maybe the holy water in the Bible is... Is it the candelabra combines with something. Get off me.
Power critical. Power low.
Start that going. Hopefully I have enough power. Let's shut this off, in fact. Woohoo! Appreciate the biddies. Fuck, I'm tired. I'm just gonna get this. I'm probably get this set up and then I'm gonna shut her down. I gotta figure out where I'm gonna set this thing. It's 11 a.m. here, or 11 a.m., 11 p.m. here. Good old West Coast. Gas fuel generator. Okay, power hookups on the front, exhaust on the back. That battery's like the most inconvenient spot. Yeah, I've literally never had nitro fuel. Not at least not on purpose. I've had it accidentally a few times. Yeah, it's just.
Gonna need some insulated pipes. Need to see which side it's which to. Input over there, exhaust over there. I don't even get it constructed, it's just built. Ah shit, I don't have power now. I think I can just hook this straight to the battery. Can't do anything. Yeah. I'll just have to put it where I want it and then build underneath it. This gen needs the atmosphere to run, or to run efficient. Requires an atmosphere of 20 kPa. Son of a bitch. Alright, I'll build walls around it. That really shouldn't be that, because it can be anything, right? It just needs atmosphere. I'll just put nitrogen in or something. I'm probably gonna have to hook up this battery again.
The zooping. The zooping is mod. The zoop mod. I'm gonna need this over here in a minute. It's kind of useful. Alright, so this thing's gonna, obviously it's gonna generate heat. The phase change from liquid to gas sucks it out of the room. If you put CO2 in there, you mean? Oh, my lamp just ran out.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
Eight to 10 seconds of runtime in the cube. Does it just shut off if it gets hot? Alright, does it just generates... It generates heat, right? In the room. It doesn't generate pollution in the room. The Sterling explodes. Where's the Sterling? I spelled it wrong. I wonder how easy it would be to manage the temperature. Probably not easy with radiators. Heat's already kind of a fucking pain in the ass. I need pipes and stuff anyways. I wonder how much exhaust it puts out. And maybe I could do like an active vent that pumps the exhaust into the room. Oh, I don't know, it'd probably be way too hot. Like pump it in and suck it out at the same time. But it'd probably still get too hot. I imagine this thing would put off a shitload of heat when it's running.
Catches on fire at 300 C. CO2. Oh, I don't have the access to that. This thing you have to put a canister in though. Or no, I guess you could pipe. Could you pipe it? No, that's just a power connector though. How much power does this thing generate? Does this need atmosphere to work? I think this needs atmosphere to work too. Functions more efficiently at low temperatures. So much for my power troubles being over, I guess. Gotta wait for the sun to come up anyways.
Jetpack low.
Fuel mix ratio, temperature. Well, I can get a perfect mix of fuel easily. I have to make another tank. Or a ice crusher, maybe. No, I'm gonna need a tank. Portable gas tank. And I guess maybe I don't. I could just use this one. Because I'm basically just going to be taking canisters and putting it in there.
Jetpack low.
If you say so. Just throw this somewhere for right now. Into the pile. I need to filter out of there. Oh, I can put it right here. Come here, you.
Jetpack low.
Yes, thank you, I know. I am gonna need another tank.
Jetpack low. Power low.
Fuck am I gonna put this? What am I filtering? Okay, yeah. So it's going in here. Ugh, son of a bitch.
Jetpack Jetpack low.
Must solve 2 problems at once.
Jetpack low.
Damn it. No pipes. I don't know how much is going to fit in here, really. I should have made an actual tank.
Jetpack low.
Go the other way. I wonder if I could just use this one. This might be better.
Jetpack low. Jetpack low. Jetpack low.
Man, that is incredibly annoying. Yeah, let's do.
I don't know how this is gonna work, but it'll work fine with. I think I need one more utility on there though. Well, I don't know. For a lot of it, I do.
Jetpack low.
So it'd be 100. So 50, 100. This should be okay. Why would there be nitrogen? Oh, because there was already nitrogen in there. I didn't even look at how much was going in there. I need to get the nitrogen out of here too. I guess I could just hook it up until it filters out all the nitrogen. God, this is so sketchy. That should get all the nitrogen out of here and create a. It should be a perfect fuel mix. Assuming this doesn't overpressure and explode.
Jetpack critical.
Not no more.
Hydration critical.
That side's fucked, but this side should be okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, well, just had to add pipes. It's getting a little full there. Oh, it stopped because it ran out of power. Ugh. That is mighty, mighty full there. Shit. Or at least leave a little bit of pressure like that. It's like that's real close. $10-1 and I'm at 9-2. Yeah, that's not the best. I need more capacity on the fuel. I wasn't expecting so much fuel. All right, so I'll have to make I should probably make an actual tank. I could make another utility, no. I don't have any more silicone. Yeah, it's that I wasn't paying attention. Luckily it stopped like right before disaster. This tank almost exploded. It should be going, well, it's going up about as much. It's going up probably more than it's going down. The nitrogen, there's not very much nitrogen in there. I just need more volume for the fuel side. I'll have to make, I don't know, make a tank. I either gotta make a tank or I gotta make like a tier 2, which I don't think I could do that. I could make more of these things. How much does that add? Adds 250 volume. That's not very much. It's like 1/3 of a tank. Alright, so I'll just have to make an actual tank, I guess. I have to make a tank and separate this thing from it. Which I can do. I can do that. Pretty sure. But I'm gonna make a bunch of silicone. $20 steel, 30 silicone. That's gonna take a long time to get 30 silicone. Oh, I got 40 in here. Hey, I got the steel in there too. I just need 5 copper, which I already have in there. Perfect. Perfect! Let's disconnect this for now before it explodes. This is a bomb. It's so close to being death. Okay. I wonder if I could chop this up a bit. I guess I'll just put the tank over floating back there. Sun's about to come up and I'm gonna start dehydrating.
Power critical.
You could go like that. No, it's too close. It would have to be... Actually, I could put it here. I hope that.
Hunger caution.
God, it's so hard to see. So I need to put a pressure regulator here and fill this tank up to less than it's at now. And I need to build a tank. I want to take the steel and the silicone. Yeah, I'll only be able to make one of those. This one's actually gonna have to be. I need to make a. Ugh, fuck off. This needs to be one of the. Go the other direction. It needs to go both directions, really. Probably didn't need an extra. Oh, I did actually. There. I better make sure this didn't get like overpressured. Oh, that was a brand new pipe, so it didn't. I wish I could just hold it in one hand and wrench it in the other. Oh, jeez. Alright, that'll be fine. I'm gonna live dangerously. That's good. So I can turn this back on.
I should flip that around right now and empty this out. Just to get rid of the nitrogen. Actually, I'll just take this volume pump. I wonder if I could hit the button. shove my head in there.
Health low.
Just have to do this. Dying as well. Yeah, we'll empty that out. Filter out all the nitrogen. Let's just do some welding right next to our flammable gasoline. Is it still going? Oh, we're out of power. I still need to make a portable generator too. I gotta go eat and drink. Oh, I need nickel. I don't have any nickel. It's midnight now. I don't need to take that inside with me. So I want to drain that out anyways. Can't see shit. It seems like food rots slower. Geez, it's hot in here right now. I need a radiator on the water pipes. That seemed to sustain me pretty good last time. Man, I ain't gonna blow myself up, probably. I'll be alright. I just barely saved it. Once I suck the nitrogen, once the nitrogen gets filtered out, it'll be a perfect fuel mix. 66 to 33, or close to. And I'll have propellant and fuel every time I throw in. I can either throw in nitrous or whatever. Nitrice. I can throw that in there. Just drain the NOS to get nitrogen, or oxide volatiles and get fuel and nitrogen. It's a very janky setup because I wasn't really planning on it, but it'll do. This is all temporary anyways. I'm just trying to make it, it's a temporary base, but I'm making it out of stuff that I'm going to use again, like all these pipes, and that's why, and one reason I make everything out of heavy cables is whenever I make the actual base, it'll be nice. Fuck, it's midnight though. I'm not worried about the crusher's okay. I kind of prefer it does drain, because then I get everything's where it should be. Luckily nothing goes into the water. It's just a gas situation.
Power critical.
Can't leave right now anyways. I'm mostly worried about the nitrogen exploding, but there's really not that much. If I put nitrice in, it would be way more of a problem. But just using oxide, it's not very much nitrogen. So with the extra volume, I just gotta monitor it. But I get a shitload of fuel off of not very much. So now I just gotta go find more. I gotta go find nickel. Then I can make the portable generator and put it where I was gonna do the other one. But I'm it's already midnight. I'm tired as fuck, so I'm probably not gonna do that. I don't know if there's really anything for me to adjust right now, because everything just kind of has to run. I guess I want to drain the tank that was for the fuel, so that all the nitrogen's out of it. And then once the nitrogen gets filtered out of the fuel line, I'll put the pressure regulator back on and fill it up. So I kind of want to keep playing until I get to that point, and then I'll probably shut it down. Man, I haven't struggled with power this much fucking a long time. My one little dinky solar panel ain't cutting it. Even with it tracking the sun, it's like... It's just struggling. It's just not enough power to go around. That stupid volume pumps, that's like 100 watts when it's running full power. But I need these batteries to charge, you know, a little bit. Flat El Cheapos. I don't even know what that is. Red basic panels. I don't know. I just don't know what you're talking about. Red basic panels. Oh. No, I could make more solar panels, like actual solar panels. I just don't want to, because I hate having a lot of solar panels. I just thought I was going to get out of this power slump a little bit easier. If I would have made the portable generator first instead of the other one. I didn't realize the other one needed an atmosphere. So if I would have known that, I would have made the portable one, and then I'd be a little bit better off. It's alright. I would honestly rather struggle a little bit on the power until I can make the portable generator than make more solar panels. I have all the materials to make solar panels. I don't want to do it. I hate having a bunch of solar panels. That is one reason I had the mod that made the solar panels more powerful. So I wouldn't have to have a bunch of them. Or as many of them, I guess. Sucks, because I like the solar panels and having solar panel tracking, but I don't want to make them... I don't want a whole bunch of them. It just looks dumb. Like, it's kind of cool if you have a big solar field, but I never build it, you know? I never have the solar field of my dreams. It always just ends up being like 6 solar panels. Unless they're like, now it'd be more worth doing it because they're weaker. So having like a solar flower would be pretty cool. But I also don't want to build one right now. I'm gonna wait till that's definitely gonna wait until I build the more permanent steel base.
power critical.
Come on, son. Oh, I should do what I said I was going to do last time and just like I should make like a ship. Make my base look like a ship. That'd be kind of cool. Like a spaceship. Instead of building like an outpost on the ground or whatever. Build something that looked like it would eventually fly. The mothership core. I don't even know what that was. It was a starting block for starting a large spaceship. Yeah. Kind of out of date information, but yeah, I never actually saw the mothership core stuff. Even though I'm pretty sure I've had this game since like day one that it released. There's just been some time, long periods of time where I didn't play. I'm sure it'll come back. I would say pretty confidently that they want people to be able to build ships in this eventually. I mean, we can build rockets already. Yeah, God, please give me conveyor belts and all that stuff. I think we're still able to switch planets with the rocket. Did they get rid of that? Because that was technically my plan. Like, I was gonna get sick of the moon and fly to Mars and start a new game.
Jetpack critical. Air tank critical.
I think there's still weapons. Oh, maybe they are. Oh, I guess not. Maybe they did get rid of them. That's what this game needs. It needs like an on ground like give me little moonworms that attack me or something. Fuck. I mostly want gameplay that my friends would like, because they don't all like to do the building and all that shit and the coding and stuff. Like, we have one guy that really likes the coding. I tend to do the building, and my other friend would like to do like combat, you know. Like he would like to go explore around and fight aliens or something. Yeah, that would have been. I hope that kind of stuff comes back, because it would add a lot to the game. The rest of this, I'm just gonna vent, I think. Okay, all empty. Why is it gotta hop off the fucking thing? Wrong one. Oh, wait. Fuck. I gotta wait for the fucking nitrogen to filter out. Ugh. I'll just drain it again. That's how I know I'm getting tired. When I start to get tired, that's when I start to fucking die in this game. I like I'll put a canister in the wrong spot and blow myself up, you know. Second pipe, yeah, well, whatever. I don't need this to be full right now. I can't even use it till I go get nitrogen, so not really worried about it. I do want to put some more on here, though. I'm pretty sure that's enough pipe to handle, especially even when I disconnect this, it should be enough pipe to handle like shitloads of, like a big ass stack of oxide and volatiles at the same time. It's just a shitty pressure differential. No, so like. I could do another 50, 100. The sun can see me. I've never had problems with this little system. I've only used it one time though so far. But I mean, I was putting this into this kind of system. I put shitloads in it. Like I had so much fuel. I was fueling rockets with it. I should probably keep some oxide for breathing. Gotta choose through it so fast. I was putting in so much more than that. It's just called stacked. It's on the workshop. It's called stacked. Just makes everything stacked to like 500. Cables and stuff stacked to 250. It's pretty nice. This one. Stacked by DE something. I can't really read it. DECXI. That's the one I've been using forever. I don't know if it's ever even updated anymore, really. It was like the highest rated one. Still the highest rated one. Or, well, I guess maybe. Arguably. It's mostly quality of life mod for me. Man, it is struggling to pull that out of there. Yeah, it's going much faster now. Yeah, it's a like I don't really like cheaty mods, but that one doesn't really feel cheaty to me. It's just it makes it so much easier to do stuff. Cuz you need so many pipes. Like I build things that require hundreds of pipes and wires at a time. So like I don't want to be limited to 50. And there's no weight system in the game, so it's not like so for me, it's more quality of life than it is cheaty. A weight system, that's going to be brutal. Because like you're carrying around, how much does all this ore right here weigh?
300 kilograms. Like a big ass block comes out of the, like, another thing that doesn't make sense. I'm smelting ores, right? And it comes out of the furnace, but it's like I just grab it. It's not even hot. What the fuck? Steel frame side? Why? How to manufacture. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that there's some kind of system coming. I don't really care what they add for like realism and stuff. Man, why is that so much worse? God, just use this. Does this thing want, does it want more pressure on one side or less? It's draining that pretty fast. But this one's just sitting, it's like not even changing. Oh, it is. I guess it's going slightly faster. I don't think I have a valve. I could borrow one. It feels like the nitrogen isn't going down very fast. I guess there's just a lot of it. It's like it doesn't even change though. It doesn't. Why is it staying where it's at? It feels like there's nitrogen leaking in from the filtration. Isn't it might, you know what? It might actually be fucked up. Let me reload. Sometimes there's like there's like bugs with the way things flow, especially with, I think it's the Creative Freedom mod kind of fucks it up sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, see, I should be able to see the number like steadily going down. It just went down one little tick. One little tick. But why does it feels like it's trying to go up. What is that little flicker? It's almost like there's nitrogen coming back in. Okay. You fucker. Why'd that even break? Why did that break? I guess maybe the pollutants? Whatever. Just drain it out anyways. Pollutants probably liquefied. It was probably pollutants turning into liquid because it was getting kind of cold. It's been sitting there for a while. That's so weird that it's not. It feels like it should be going much faster than that, based on what I know about the game. Something don't feel like it's working right. I got that feeling that it ain't working right. Why am I even doing this? Oh, no, I have to. What if I just... Couldn't I, like... I thought that was a regular one. No, there's no way I could do it really any quicker. I was thinking about just pushing it all out, but... It's like, maybe it's getting, because there's 109 mole in here. And there's only 1 mole in there. It should be equal, shouldn't it? Oops. Let's fucking drain it. That's all I need. I just need to drain it. Once it's drained, it's okay. Yeah, no, it's, see, that's more what it should have been like, but I don't know why it wasn't like that. Because the filtration sucks, like, the filtration sucks the pipes dry so fast. I don't, so 650 liters compared to like 5,080 liters of capacity. I'll just have to watch this pipe, make sure it doesn't go past, 60 or whatever. I've already done like half of what it was in there now. I didn't realize it's going to be such a pain in the ass. Yeah, I want to go to bed too. I've been up for like an extra hour from what I wanted to do. I'm not really doing nothing tomorrow, but I just don't like staying up late anymore. I hate leaving in the middle of a project. This feels like a project that I'm trying to solve it. I'm trying to like filter it out, So I can, like, when I get on tomorrow, I'll just be like immediately be able to go out and get nickel kind of situation. Plus, it's dangerous to leave in the middle of a project. You leave in the middle of the project, like this one's a really good one, a very good example. Like, I'm sucking all the gas out of there into this little pipe network, and if I leave it and then I forget about it, my base blows up. Kind of like. It's going like relatively fast. It's just a fucking pain in the ass. I wish I could pick up the tank and force all the all that back into the pipes. It would have been quicker to just drain it and then redo it. Just drain the whole system. It's really not that bad right now. There's only like 0.5% of nitrogen. It's basically not even there. But I'm a purist, I guess. Like, while this is going on, I should have went out and looked for nickel. I'm just gonna run up this hill and see if I find anything. Just need a smidge of nickel. I don't think my pipe's gonna explode by the time I get back. I might just be up here and turn around and watch my base go up in a fireball. That looks like silver right there. Iron. Come on, just give me some nickel. Copper up here. I think I'm pretty sure it's still a thing. Man, there's a lot of volatiles up here too. Man, what is with the gold? There's so much gold. No luck. I'm lacking everything except... I got everything except nickel. Like nickel and cobalt. It's the only things I can't really find. I found a little bit of cobalt, but I also found a little bit of nickel.
Power critical.
I'm just gonna try and remember that I'm doing this tomorrow. Because I want to go to bed, man. Alright, boys, I'm gonna shut her down. I'll be live at some point tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be live in the morning. I usually, on the weekends, I like do stuff around the house, so I'm not live in the morning like I am during the week. But I'll be around tomorrow at some point. Bye-bye.